Hello, hello. Let's see. Did I do the announcements? I did. Uh, Maybe I should spam social media more about this. I don't know. Okay. So this serialized dictionary, huh? This serialized dictionary. So, yep. Name, colon, and then there's value. Also, there's the usage of the unexpected that I probably should uh, also do elsewhere. So this is the return d dot missing field. Oh, there's no d in here. That sucks. Kind of want to have d in here. What is first? There's also length mismatch. I think I did not make a function for it. Mm. Okay. Here we have the same story. Return. Okay. This is nice. I'll continue this refactoring all to the very top. Hey X2, sleepy? Wait, is it because it's late for you? Or is it early? But if you're going to bed, then have a good night. Hello, I'm currently working on ZP. Nowhere had CLI based package manager for Z build on top of ZFetch while managing builds it doesn't. Could you please give inputs regarding this? It's 3:45 a.m. Jesus. Okay, never mind. Okay. I see. Then yeah, have a good night of sleep. See you in a few hours. If you want. Otherwise, have a nice day. So, okay, Ron. Yeah, I did see a bit of ZP. So, my feedback is this. First of all, you're obviously free to do whatever you want with Zig. So, I do have some criticism, but how can I say? It's it's entirely up to you what you want to do with Zig. So, anything that you do that you're happy with, I guess, do it, regardless of what other people say. That said, in my opinion, you're trying to do a little bit too much with this tool because you're taking over some responsibilities of the Zig package manager, the one that it's already the official one, and you're doing so in kind of a redundant manner. More specifically, well, not more specifically, but as an example of that, the fact that you have a zone file, like a new zone file that acts as a second dependency manifest, that is a lot. I don't want to have extra files in my repositories, for example. Personally, the way I see this, which again doesn't have to be the way you see this, but the way I see this is you made Zig3 and you would want to have a CLI tool for fetching packages from Zig3. I think that makes total sense. So you would like to have a tool where, let's call it ZigP, for example. You have ZigP and you would like to have ZigP be able to give you information, search maybe, and also add to your build.zig.zone file dependencies from Zig3 very quickly. So you could have a CLI tool that basically it does that. It gives you search, and then you say, let's say that on Zig3 there's a package called foo. So you then do zip install foo, and that in turn calls zig fetch -- save, and then with the correct URL where the package actually lives, because I believe that Zig3 doesn't store packages, right? They are stored somewhere else, but Zig3 knows where the package is stored, so it knows what to put there. So that to me would make total sense. But the fact that you are adding, the fact that you're basically taking over what ZigFetch does, like, what is your rationale for doing what ZigFetch already does with a slightly different interface? I understand that, you could say that the slightly different interface is more convenient. Fine. But then you're also getting into package, like into update all, into versioning territory, because I see that you can also specify like version ranges. You are doing things that are very likely to eventually become incompatible with what the Zig package manager wants to do. So be aware of this. Most importantly, be aware that the Zig package manager will want to do minimum version selection, MVS, the same version selection that Go does. And it seems to me that you might be gearing up for doing with this package manager what Cargo, for example, does, which is just give you the newest compatible version. That is going to be absolutely incompatible and with what the Zig package manager wants to do. So I don't know, be aware of this, and then do whatever you want. The story in any case is that, again, you can do whatever you want with your projects. Nobody can or should stop you, but be aware that the Zig package manager, like for the Zig ecosystem, the plan is to have the official Zig package manager and not to have third-party package managers. So again, you can make them. So nobody's going to stop you if you want to make them. But the point is that the core toolchain will not be designed to support third-party package managers. The idea is that you're supposed to be using the official one, period. Anshuman, I'm just starting to learn Zig. Would you recommend using 0.15.2 or could I get started with 0.16? Would appreciate your advice. Any advice. I think you can do either. Unfortunately, we are in the middle of a pretty big revamp of how I/O works in Zig. So like writing to files, reading from files, that kind of stuff. And because of that, it's kind of a messy situation. So you will feel some of that regardless which version you choose. Personally, I would recommend 0.16 so that you don't get used to the old way of doing things, and then you are then immediately forced to unlearn it because you will soon have to upgrade to 0.16. 0.16 right now it's like unstable, so it's not fully released. It's 0.16 the 0.16 dash dev to be precise. So 0.16 proper will be released, I don't know, like 4 or 5 months from now, something like this. But so because of that, my recommendation would be to go straight to 0.16. There's like downsides and upsides to doing each choice, but I would go with the 0.16 one. Well, so I don't know. I hope that my points made sense in that regards to ZigP, and that yeah, like for example, this idea, allow patch updates within the same minor version. Like you're getting into version resolution. The Zig package manager it doesn't implement it now, but eventually it will, and it will want to do something different. Something different. So yep, keep that in mind. There are a lot of things that the Zig tool chain will be perfectly happy with third parties taking on. Package management is not going to be one of those. And this has been, and to be clear, this has been the intention for years now. So it's very unlikely that this is going to change. And before you, there have been other people who attempted to make a package manager. And I also at the time I remember making sure that they would know that the Zig package manager, well, the Zig toolchain, the Zig compiler will not really be will not be designed with the use case in mind of third-party package managers. Trying to make sure that they are able to do everything. Maybe they can't, maybe they will, maybe they won't, but it's like it's not part of the design. The design needs to have the official package manager. That said, I do think that if you have a package registry and you want to make a CLI tool for searching the registry and downloading stuff from it, and and getting it into your zone file, that part makes total sense to me. That part makes absolutely total sense. And I could even see the idea that, somebody who wants could have on their computer a Zig3 CLI tool for doing that. And maybe if tomorrow there's going to be another package manager, then also that other package manager CLI tool, that kind of stuff. So that part makes sense to me, for sure. Where are you using mouse in NVim? Well, I'm not using NVim, first of all. Second, I would probably be using mouse also in NVim. I don't know. have a hand on my mouse and I don't hate using it. So maybe you could argue that I could get better at movement keybinds and use those more. But I don't know. So far, I'm happy. Okay, we're getting there. We're finally getting there. Overflow does not set. Oh shit. That was a mistake on my part. Well, look at this. We were returning overflow, but we're not setting the corresponding stuff. Huh. Okay, man, success. We're only missing length mismatch. Mismatch sets the right field and returns error dot. Views when encountering line mismatch. Well, trying when deserializing an array and encountering a uh, a Ziggy array, a Zig array, and encountering a Ziggy array of different length. Okay, so that was the last thing that was missing. Now we can go back here and use constant. Yeah, fine. So we have name, we have colon. Here we would need to call deserialize dictionary, have result. So what we need to do is um, we have name. We have to look at scene. Ethernet cable. Hello. 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 Welcome. So you know what? We can copy this code pretty much one to one from the struct. So why not do that? And it's literally pretty much this, right? And we also copy the unhappy path. We do the same optimization. And we're doing the equal sign in here. Okay, so we replace the equal sign with the colon stuff. Oh god. Okay, let's see how it looks like. We look at all fields from type info. We skip scene fields to optimize the epi path. Yes, we do. We find field names that have the same name as our name. If it works, great. Oh, don't tell me that we don't have T. Fuck. We should be given T. There you go. Okay, we have T. We say, does it have the serialized field? If so, we call the serialized field. Here we don't take a pointer from result because it's already a pointer. Otherwise, we set the field, set scene. We see if there's a comma afterwards. We skip it in case. We set field token. Do we have field token? Yeah, we do have field token. We set field token to the next one, and we continue outer. This is outer. There we go. Otherwise, unhappy path. This one is fine as is. Okay, so what do we do after at the end of while in the struct case? Here, field token contains the closing token. Does it? Do we ever actually go down there? Yes, we do because we break here. Oh, because we break on we break outer. What do we do in here instead? Yeah, we just call finalize struct. What were we doing instead here? Oh, here we have to look at other things. We have to look at the closing thing, and only then we can do finalize struct. I see, but here, even if we do try finalize struct, that doesn't return shit. So we have to. Oh, but in our case, we don't return shit. Right. There's something sus going on in the way I structure this. In struct, here we return deserialized dict. So deserialized dict has to return T. Oops. We have to return T. Okay. Okay, so with this we return result. And can we really fall off of this? We can never fall off. It's a while true. Just don't break. I'm a little bit sussed out by this. But this has to do with the fact that we can be encountering different delimiters. So it's fine. I guess. Although we could put this code in here, like we could literally put this code in here because this is the only place where we break outer. We never break outer. Never ever. So we could just literally do this in there, and then we could make this catch unreachable. I think this is nice. Time unreachable. Okay, let's see how we do in terms of tests. But we need to disable dynamic temporarily. Let's see what we regressed. Okay. Expected the serializer found type. That is fair. I forgot the D dot. And first expected 5 arguments, found 6. Yeah, no more D meta. Oops, no more D meta. Expected type consistency serializer found. Found what? Sorry. What? I don't get it. Oh, it's finalized struct. Okay. Because we changed this one as well. Okay. Back in business. Haven't regressed any test. Delightful. Okay, now we can go back to dynamic. Hell yeah. Okay, so an update for the people who have joined, so that you don't immediately scream away super bored, that you do not understand what's going on. I mean, you might end up going away super bored anyway, but at least you will understand a little bit better what's going on. So I'm writing my the parsers and the serializers and deserializers for my JSON replacement language, and I'm really fleshing out the like I'm kind of closing the circle with this stuff. We were working on the language server the other day. That is in pretty good shape, not perfect, but pretty good shape. We have an implementation of an AST for it, so you can build an AST out of this thing. Well, of course, we have also tokenizer, obviously. So you invoke it, like you get tokens, and then we use tokens to build an AST. So that's like your basic. This is the bare minimum that you need to be able to use a language. But this is not. This by itself is not great when you want to deserialize. Well, to serialize and deserialize a type, a Zig type. So more specifically, I'm talking about not creating an AST, with all the nodes and every node points or something else, but I'm talking about I have my type, like I have a person struct, and I have a few instances of person written in Ziggy documents. Can I get my Zig struct out of those documents, with all the like instances of those, with all the fields filled out? And that's what serializer and deserializer do. So that's what I've been working on the last few days. And related to that, there's also the concept of dynamic, a Zig type that is able to serialize and deserialize everything. So let's say that you have to open a Ziggy document and you want to treat it as data, but you also don't know what shape it has, sure, you could use the AST side of things, so that would work. But the AST is kind of raw. The AST is designed in case that you care about source locations, like you care about, for example, knowing a given field, which line and which column in the original document the bytes, like the text, is located. While dynamic, if in case you don't care about that, you just want to treat this stuff as data, you want to load it, and you want to be able to manipulate it. So that's what dynamic does. And that requires me basically to write these parsing logic like 3 times. Long story short, once for the AST, once for the general purpose deserializer, and one specific to this bad boy. But we're getting there. So once I complete this work, like I fix all this is old code, by the way. I made changes to the language, so this used to work, but then I made change to the language, and so now this has bit rotten basically. So I need to update everything, get tests back into passing condition, and once we have that, then I can delete this entry from the list of to-dos, and yeah, we can get an inch closer to release. That's the idea. But we've been making actually pretty decent progress, like yesterday and the day before, I think. So shouldn't take too long. Okay, dictionary. The problem here, more specifically, is that the problem is that maybe this should be called deserialize one. I don't know. I think they should also be deserialize one, and then we give dictionary dynamic. One sec. Yeah. Yep. Okay. That is good. Yeah, I just need to fix dictionary, and then we're good. So let's go do that. So parse is called now deserialize. So deserialize when a top level structure with curlies. So we need a top level logic, and then this had a switch based on. Oh no, it would just go with parse fields, and then parse fields wouldn't care. Oh no, this is so bad. Do we give it the Zig struct dict. Okay. So this needs to be better, and we need to copy the logic from this serializer. We need to look at the. Well, I think we need to copy paste basically a bunch of code. That's what we need to do. That is what we need to do. So field token, if top level and first tag is identifier, then first. Otherwise, if we see EOD or EOF, Shit, we need to also we need to uphold this even. God damn it. Oh well. Top level. Finalize struct. We definitely do not do that here anymore. If top level. Return result. What is result? So here result is var result is of type self equals dot empty. Does it have empty? String array hash map unmanaged? Yeah, it does. Else the unexpected first. If we see a left bracket, we need to return our own deserialized dict. We're gonna have one of our own. For which this is totally unnecessary, to be honest. There's no scene, definitely. There's no info. There's not even a result. We just do it from scratch. Okay. If there's a .lb, then we do the token stuff for sure. Okay, you know what? I think we can pretty much nuke everything else down here, including parse fields. Okay. Okay, I think it's gonna be something like this. I said we're gonna be able to make it better. So token tag is gonna be identifier at this point. Yes. While true, we're not feeling seen, but we're consuming. If it's an identifier, we continue. If it's a one of these guys, this can be simplified probably. This was a bracelet or level struct. So if you see EOD, we do want to set this. Otherwise, we want to complain. If this was not an identifier, so it was not a top level struct, this has to be a right bracket. Perfect. And here we just return result. Okay. We find the name. There, we don't really have to do any of this other shit. We can just cut this and say try. Oh, we do gop. We gop. So gop is result dot get or put GPA name if gop dot found existing. Then we complain. We return error dot return d dot duplicate field. Token comma name. No, there's no name. Just field token. So that's a duplicate field. Otherwise, we do gop dot value ptr.star equals equals this. Try to deserialize one. And then we do this. And I think we don't need labels because there's no inner loop. There we go. Yeah, look at the name, skip the dot. We get or put it. If we found something existing, it's a duplicate field. Otherwise, we deserialize one. Blah, blah, blah. Skip the comma. It's next, continue. This is it. This is really it. We need to implement deserialized data now. Okay. Deserializer. Um, oh yeah, deserialize one, f dot type. No, that's not f dot type. That's that is dynamic. Okay, we were saying deserialized dictionary. There's a T here. Why do we care about a T? We don't care about these two things. Deserializer and first. That's it. So how does this work? I guess we can copy deserialized dict from the other side, just a little bit. Assert that the first tag is left bracket. Field token is gonna be next. If it bytes, great. If it's right bracket, we return result. We return result. Oh, you know what? I'm dumb. I should not be hard coding. Oh no, we did have T. T is the child type. So no. That was correct. I cannot hard code dynamic. Where did they do that? Here. Okay. So we're saying we return result. Otherwise, we return that other thing. Name is just the name stuff. Yeah. Okay, variable is never mutated. Oh, don't worry. Give me a sec. I'll get to that. Name. And then, actually, we copied from above now. Once we have the name, do this. We get or put the name. If it's not existing, it's a duplicate field. Otherwise, we deserialize one. No, we're missing something. We're missing the colon part. Did we do the equal part here? I think we forgot to do the equal part. And then here we need to do the column part. So this is here we have the name, and then here we say, okay, look at the colon, and then we can do the rest. Here instead of colon, it's equal. Okay. Okay, these in theory should be completed. Now we need to deal with tests. So none of these. Dictionary of view size, GPA source meta. I think we can even give it a starting var init meta. Okay, one test at a time. Let's see how we fare. You know, the dynamic depends on itself. Error decal literal must be content known. What? Ah, okay. So that part is I'm fine with. Dynamic depends on itself. That is not good. One, 3, 6. Oh. Right. So we don't return the hash map itself. We need to wrap it or we can return it. That makes sense. So when we deserialize a dictionary, yeah, we need to return this struct. So let's do it this way. Container kind is, we're going to default with struct in this case. That's actually correct. Fields equals empty. Why did we default to dict here? You know what? Then we can do it this way. There you go. Okay, and then down here, we don't return result, but we return there we go. Fields result. While in deserialized dictionary, fields result. Okay, are you happy now? Are you happier now? Oh, but I'm making result self. Hmm. I see. Alternatively, we could do this. And then we keep writing into fields and we return result. Yeah, that's probably better. Okay, never mind. And then here we do result of fields. Okay. And here we do result of field. And here we don't do any of these other stuff. Yeah. I mean, we can put this up top and say result. Also here. Okay. What is the next problem? Where's a return field result? Fuck. Here. Okay. There we go. Okay, we're getting there. Our GUP needs a try. It does indeed. Zig 016 has some serious breaking changes, especially involving IO. Based on my experience, the documentation last check has not been updated, but I'm keeping my eyes peeled for that. Yeah, it's also in the middle of changing, so there are more changes coming down the line. So yeah, sorry, it's a bump. It's a moment where there's going to be a few bumps, bit of a bumpy ride. but it should stabilize after that, and I don't see any uh huge, I don't see any other cataclysmic breaking change after this one. This one was really big. There will be some more changes in the future, of course, but this one was not as, it's very unlikely that it's going to be as big as this one. I don't fully understand the IO interface or need for it. It's because it has two big changes. One is that it makes chaining readers and writers much more. It makes it better because it gives a better place for where to put buffers when you chain them, and it also is a huge building block for doing async IO. Okay, we're left with the problem that dynamic depends on itself. And I bet you that I know why that is. I bet you that it's because of this guy. I bet you that if we somehow commented out the union case, well, there's going to be, yeah, motherfucker. Now it builds. Really? I already faced this horrific problem. So how do we do this? Make it a pointer, I guess. Value will have to be heap allocated. There's no other solution. Value in this case will have to be heap allocated. Either that or the full union gets heap allocated. One of these two guys has to be heap allocated. So let's do it with the value. And in the union case, serialize union value. That is fine. Although we can do dot star. And in deserialize, in the union case, we grab the tag. And then here we cannot just deserialize one dynamic, but it has to be pointer to dynamic. Okay. And now we can go fix our tests. So what is your problem? Expect equal. Get foo should give you 1. Get bar should give you 2. That seems reasonable to me, but we are hitting unexpected. Okay. Let's go debug this other thing. This yet another thing. If the level ampersand identifier. So I think we should add an assert here. Assert that first dot tag is either dot lb, is either lb or first dot tag is identifier, well, dot lb. Assert that we're starting from one of those, and I bet you that the assert will blow. It won't. We're not blowing in the assert. Interesting. So we are indeed being called at the right place. What is your policy with testing? In other words, do you write tests for all your functions? What do you consider best practice? I write tests for things that I suspect have good chances of breaking in the future. Like if you had the ability of predicting the future, you would at that point you would be able to write tests only and only for the things that you know in the future somebody will break when making a change. If you had that, if you had that superpower, you would be able to write only and exclusively the tests that will in the future catch bugs introduced by new changes. But we don't have the superpower, and so you have to and so then you have to basically kind of guess. And sure, you can be methodical about it and you can test everything, but the problem is that unit tests themselves are code that you need to change and move forward. So as an extreme example, if you have a project that is, I don't know, 1,000 lines, and then you have 20,000 lines worth of test code, that's a 21,000 lines project at the end of the day with only 1,000 lines worth of features. So that means that whenever you have to make a change and somebody says, oh, you know what, that thing should actually work this other way, now you can't just move 1,000 lines. You have to move 20,000 lines of code towards the new feature, and chances are that you will introduce bugs in your tests also. So my point is, the best practice is to gain enough experience that you start becoming better at guessing when the utility of a given unit test. They're not free. They do cost something. They don't cost much. They're cheap, but they do have a cost. So testing everything all over the place, it's absolutely dumb. Not testing anything, not having any test, that's also kind of dumb. But you need to find a middle ground. In this case, this is like my own project, so I do have some tests, but I'm not trying to be perfect about it. I'm not writing a financial database in this case. So I'm being a little bit lax with my tests, but I'm writing them in a way that they support my development process. When you're in a setting where you're programming with other people, then obviously the testing strategy cannot be tailored specifically to your own preferences. But know that whatever best practice is used, like in the business, generally speaking, is guaranteed to be suboptimal compared to what I just described. Because tests are meant to support your development process, and any best practice that people spout out there is not going to be the same. It's not going to be designed to do that. It's going to be designed to make some, manager happy that they see 100% coverage, not understanding that 100% coverage doesn't mean what they think it means. What's the reason for async IO? Async IO is nice because you can make the computer do other stuff while it waits for communication from the network, for example, or for a file to finish reading into memory. And it's nice to be able to make more performance out of the computer that way, better resource consumption. That's the long short of it. So we are hitting unexpected token apparently on line 145. No, 178. Wait, what the heck is going on here? Oh, what's going on is that I made changes and now the lines are different. And yet it still says that on line 178. Oh, well, wait, this is a different file, is it? Oh no, I see what's going on. We hit an unexpected as we call into... Okay, wait a second. I think I've already seen this. I think that when this happens is because we don't try something that we should try. So we call deserialize leaky. That calls deserialize 1. That is correct. We called into our own deserialize function, which then hits unexpected on 145. Okay, which is this guy. This is the unexpected that we hit. Yeah, it's just the dash dash watch flag. So let's add some printing. Identifier start 0 and 4. And it is unexpected. Seeing an identifier. Oh, you know what's going on? Somebody is lying to us about top level. Somebody, and by somebody I mean the serializer, is lying to us about top level. Look, it's passing down false, but it can't. 364. Okay, so now we pass the test. Remove the debug printing. We don't need it anymore. So, okay, test passing. Let's go back to dynamic and uncomment one more test. So here we're doing a dictionary of strings. Perfect. We already passed the test, 70 tests passing. So, okay. Let's uncomment another one. Oh, this one is beefier. And we need to update it because here this is going to be, this is a dictionary, so that's fine. This is now a union. Okay, and that's how it will have to look like. This concept doesn't exist anymore. So, okay. So this is going to be a dictionary. Dictionary of dependency. Dependency is a union of remote and local, lowercase. Yeah. Okay. Why is this test here though? Oh, because dependencies is a dictionary, right? So project, and you expect result dependencies fields to be able to get GFM. Oh, and these uppercase stuff needs to become lowercase. I should have done rename. Oops, local. Oh no, I found local again. Oh no, local. There we go. Delightful error. Gotta fix this one as well. Let's see. I mainly just do backend. SSG got really popular right now, but only suitable for some simple static websites. I mean, if I need some persistent web RTC, is it no go? I would think of SSG. I would think of static site generators as mainly a strategy for publishing websites that have content that are maybe even content heavy, where that content is updated manually. So think of it this way: you can have a web, a what's it called, a WordPress CMS. Like you can have a WordPress blog, and then you can edit your WordPress blog posts inside of WordPress, and you have you know your admin interface, and you update every time you make changes, you write this stuff to a database, and then every time somebody loads a page, that gets generated dynamically from the database plus caching. But if you think about it, that's really kind of dumb. It shouldn't have to work that way, because if that content gets updated manually by a human, that doesn't get updated at a frequency where it is really necessary to keep a database around. So that could very well be a static website. So a WordPress blog totally makes sense to turn into a static website, because the person, instead of editing their blog posts on the website, they edit them on their computer, and then they push changes that they make to the content, and CI can rebuild the website and publish a new version of the website, which will stay that way for a while probably. So that's the main point. You can then embed into your static website. Also, you can embed pieces that come from a dynamic backend if you want. So you can have a static website that, at some point you mentioned WebRTC. Well, your static website could have, I don't know, like a page that makes some API calls to do login and to do and to establish like a WebRTC connection and do, I don't know, streaming or a conferencing call, whatever it is that you want to do with WebRTC. Or let me say this the other way around. Let's say that you have a website where you want to have WebRTC connections, and that website is WordPress. Would you want to have your WebRTC authentication and whatnot really be deeply integrated with WordPress? I would say that most likely you don't want to do that. Maybe you get tempted because WordPress has its own authentication system, but you don't really want to integrate deeply with WordPress unless you have a really good reason to do that. So you would still want to have a separate backend for that. And so if you would want to have a separate backend in the WordPress case, then probably you can have a static website that just has a JavaScript front end that makes API calls when necessary and some dynamic content. So the two things are not necessarily antithetical. That doesn't mean that SSG is, the one true way. Everything should be a static site, should be based on static site generators. Not necessarily. But static site generators don't lock you out of adding dynamic content to your website. Not at all. But that will require you to have a separate backend with all the good and bad that comes from that. Okay, we're hitting 178. The main benefit is really fast load comparing to some Bloated.js frameworks. It is, but it is also, you even have JavaScript static site generators. If you look at Astro, for example, that's a static site generator based on JavaScript, and so you get a static website plus all the JavaScript, all the bloated JavaScript that you would want in the world. I don't love it, so I personally avoid. I've tried to use once a static site generator based on JavaScript, and I will never do one again. Use one again ever in my fucking life. But yeah, that's a potential benefit. Like if you have a simple static website, that is potentially simple. It's definitely faster than having a website that then does a bunch of network calls for them having a front-end JavaScript framework to render everything, for sure. But again, the idea is if you have content, like if you have a lot of content that you have to display and author, like let's say that you have a website where there is, I don't know, a huge catalog of products, I don't know. Well, products is complicated because that straddles the line. Like if you have an e-commerce, then you probably want an e-commerce CMS anyway. But let's say that you have, I don't know, like a website where okay, I'll make this up. It's a stupid idea, but just to give you an example, let's say that you have a website where you list properties like apartments, condos, that kind of houses for sale, and you have a bunch of people that want to update those descriptions, add new houses, etc., to the website. That could very well be a static website. Use an SSG is probably the best option. Let's say that then on that website you want also to have the ability to do, I don't know, you have a page where you have live streams, where you can see live the, I don't know, the real estate agents go into the house and show parts of the house like live. Then you can embed some you can embed a WebRTC object that connects to a separate backend, for example. So you can do that. It really depends on how central, on the nature of the content that you have to put on the website. And in this example, the content would be mainly new houses, description of those houses. That would be the main content. If you have a website that doesn't really have a ton of that, I don't know, then maybe you won't get much mileage out of SSGs. Also, if you want the ultimate recommendation, make a personal blog. Make a personal blog using an SSG and see how that feels, and that will give you, that I think will give you some insight, because you will have first-hand experience. Okay, we have a problem in the serializer 380 because we call the serialize dict. Oh shit. We call the serialize dict. Um Let's quickly take a look at what we do in here. Yep. Okay, where are we hitting unexpected? That surprises me. Deserializer 178. Oh, yeah, of course. 380. So in here, we hit an unexpected. But also, why are we getting in here? Wait. That's actually on me. That is actually on me, I think. Yeah. There's dots there now. There we go. Solved. I was putting wrong syntax in the example. That is on me. Jesus, this example is brutal. Holy shit. Okay, so this is like the ultimate test. Jesus. Okay, so dot remote dot local. This is not a thing anymore. Uh, here's a dot. Here's a dot. Okay, what are we doing here? Oh, this one has its own custom serialization stuff. Okay. I have no idea what we're going for here. What is going on? Okay. Here we're just testing stringify. Kind map. Oh, well, this like okay. Found the type of what? Also, what the fuck? This is insane. No, this is not insane, right? This is the namespace name. It's weird, but yeah. Okay, that makes sense. Compile error. Expector lights of single pointer got a mini C pointer. Right, because this guy has stringify instead of having serialize. Zig options, serialize. Yeah. Got a mini C pointer. Um yeah, we're not hooking into this. We're failing to hook into this because otherwise it would have given me syntax errors, like a undefined symbol errors. Why are we not getting into serialize? Oh, I know why. Because I never put hooks for this in serialize. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back. I'll get myself another cup of tea and then we fix this final test. I'll be right back. I'm back. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, discussion I think happened a while ago, but I would agree 100% with what PP Volto is saying. Yeah, that's also my take on SSGs. Okay, so we need to get into our serialization stuff. Oh, it does. Oh, we never renamed this stuff. So Stringify needs to become serialized. There we go. There we go. And now we're finally getting into this code. Wait, why is it getting curly now? In dynamic 2 to 5. Oh. Yeah, we were just never were able to trigger this code from running, huh? Oh, that's good. We're finally there. No field name Zig struct. There we go. Let's see what we got. Expected this instead of found name Zin. That's fine. Dependencies equals dot. That's wrong. Everything else is right. Yeah. So hmm. We have a struct that believes that its container kind is sorry. No. We have okay, what am I looking at? Also, wait a second. This has to do maybe with this guy. No, this guy is fine. Will there be a group.concurrent? Yes, 100%. Or rather, unless there's like some weird technical reason why for some reason it cannot be done. But unless that happens, which I think it's extremely unlikely, sure, group should have concurrent. And you should be able to mix group.async and group.concurrent calls in the same group. Yeah, there is no reason why not to. At least when it comes to like the interface. As I said, until it's done, you don't know that it has been done. But yeah. Okay. Hello, Jill Conics. So this is not the one that has trouble. This guy is fine. Who is not fine is our dictionary, but it's in the deserialization phase, the problem. And yet I'm pretty sure that we put container kind equals dict here. Then why are we convinced that it's a struct? Did I mess it up in this last one? I didn't. This is definitely struct dictionary syntax. So we are totally using dictionary syntax there. Oh, I think it has something to do with this. Oh, okay. Yeah, fuck this empty thing. Okay, that was me. Expected hash equals no space. Found a space. No, well, the space is correct. So we're good. Okay, we passed also the last test. Um, well, this was it. We did this. This all works. This is all tested. This is nice. This is really nice. So what do I want to do next? Do I want maybe deserialize non-leaky out here? Deserialize arena? Or just say deserialize? Then instead of returning T returns a packaged T instead of an arena? Okay, I think this is good. So we have deserialize, we have deserialize leaky. Okay. Then inside the serializer, we might want to mention uh, maybe in here we should mention deserialize one. Oh, you know what? Deserialize leaky. Okay. Okay, this is all well and good. I think we can consider this part done, at least for now. There's one last thing. You know what? I'm wondering if it would make sense to put serialize in the root file, call serialize inner serialize one, and then put some of these things as arguments to a serializer, and that way we mirror the two parts. You know what? I think we should mirror serialization and deserialization. I think there is like nothing to lose there. Let's go do that. So we move serialize to the root file. Oops. Although indentation level and depth, those are not really state that we put here. Those need to be put in here. I wonder why indent level and depth are two different values. Interesting. But yeah. So this is serializer, holds options and writer. This is serialize one. First argument is serializer. Okay. Mm, Oh shit, we're changing options in here. What is going on? Serialize union. Omit top level curlies is false. Why are we doing it this way though? Why are we? Why aren't we just? Oh, because we could lie about depth, but I mean, shouldn't depth be one anyway? I'm confused. We are serializing a union. Why are we not increasing depth? I think you know what? I'll comment this out, and instead of doing this, I'll do depth plus one. Let's see if we survive our tests or if we break something. Okay. Should this be pub serialize one? Maybe. Oh shit. CLS trying to be helpful. options, IO writer, white space, emit null fields. Are we using this stuff anywhere? Emit level curlies. I think emit null fields is a problem right now. Sorry, emit, not omit. Or interesting food gun also. Ouch. We'll see. Okay. Duplicate struct member. That is weird. Oh. Okay. I think this is good. We need to fix some problems, I think, I guess. Root of file struct. So let's try again. So this is showing me serializer the Zig in lowercase, but it's uppercase now. Anyway, root of source file struct serializer has no member named init. We never gave it an init function. Maybe we just don't. We're not really supposed to do that, I guess. There you go. Here's one expected 3 arguments. Yeah. Value 0, 0. Okay. Now we need to change serialize though to give you a serializer. Oops, not a D, but a S. No options, no brighter. Okay. Expected 4 arguments found 5. Serialize array. Yeah. Yeah, they should be made better. The fact that it's passing as an argument makes me worried that this is sometimes overwritten, but no. Every single time it's just options. Also, why is value by pointer here? Not efficient found. Oh, this is getting so much better. Hello, two step. This is getting so much better. And if only match around the argument worked here, fuck. I would be so happy. Okay. Uh, so we're doing better now using current address serializer. So now we're back in dynamic. Also, is dynamic really lowercase? It is. Okay. So what is the problem here? 232. Yeah, that's S not indent. What's S? Okay. Are we happy now? Not yet, but we're getting closer. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we're refactoring done. Jesus. Okay. Okay. So this is very nice. I like it. Very tidy. So we have serializer, we have serialize, we have deserializer, we have deserialize leaky. Uh, we are really done with this part. Let's take a look 1 second at the project directory. We have AST, deserializer, dynamic, main, root, schema, serializer, tokenizer, CLI. This is beautiful. So we project directory cleanup is done. I did that previously. So this is delightful as is. Honestly, this is almost good enough to push. I think that we need to do this one, and then we can push to main branch. Okay. What do we do next? We need to fix this silly logic bug. I think we need to fix it, and I think it's probably worth turning it into a unit test. And we do that. And then, yeah, and then we can push. I would say that we can definitely push. And then we can work on updating the website. I mean, we do need to do through JSON adherence for sure. Definitely. Also need to fix our Redis client. We need to go back also and do that. There's a bug in one function that was reported that we should fix. Okay. Let's go fix this logic bug. So the logic bug is in schema validate. Oh, do we re-export this stuff? Pub validate. Uh, Lazamat, hey, how's Zig? I have zero knowledge and I would like to know some pros and pain points if you don't mind. Um, to give a better answer, Lazamat, why don't you tell me a little bit about yourself? Um, do you study? Are you studying computer science? Are you working? Um, which programming languages do you know? What do you usually do? Like web dev, embedded? Tell me a little bit about this stuff, and I will be able to give you a better answer. Actually, re-exporting validate. Yeah, exporting validate is not a good idea. We do want to export validate default. Let's see. I'm working. I'm working full time C# desktop and React web dev. Okay. So Ziggy is a lower level programming language, lower level than C#. It's used to do well. Being a low level programming language without a runtime means that you can use it for pretty much whatever you want. Um, So, you can compile for WebAssembly, you can compile for embedded devices, you can do ARM, you can do x86, you can do RISC-V, you can do Linux, macOS, Windows. It's not tied to any specific platform. It's a lower level programming language, so you have to do manual memory management, which you might or might not like. It's a new language, so there are some parts of the ecosystem that are still a little bit rough because we're working on it. And I don't know. In some ways, you could say that Zig is a spiritual child of C in a way that C++ never was. So if you like, for example, abstractions, and you like having destructors, and you like I don't know, object orientation, you really like this stuff, then you will want to do C++ if you ever venture into lower level programming. If you like abstractions but you don't like OP all that much, then Rust might be an option. But Rust is still very abstraction heavy. Zig is not really abstraction heavy as a language. So that's generally the landscape. I really enjoy programming in functional languages like F# or Elixir, not a business fan. OP, I see. Well, if you like functional languages, I would say this is kind of an orthogonal thing. As in Zig, you don't do functional programming, not at all, and you're not like you are not even encouraged to do that. Rust encourages a functional programming style more than Zig. It's not a functional programming language. It's a lower level programming language, but it has like map, reduce. It has at the very least the basics of functional programming, and people like that. The problem is that those operations do tend to come with downsides because they tend to not always, but they tend to make you think about a cutesy way of structuring your data processing pipeline that doesn't account for the exact work that the machine has to do to carry that operation. And once you lose that connection, sometimes you end up making suboptimal choices because you end up choosing, the cutesy expression over the actually less cutesy but more efficient way of doing it. And I'm not talking about in extreme stuff. I'm talking about just occasionally, occasionally making these mistakes. Ziggy is not like against functional programming, but it's just not part of what you tend to do in Zig. It's not idiomatic. So yeah, this is it. Martin 67. Oh no, 676767. Oh no. Yeah, check out my game. I'm sorry. Not gonna do that. I'm busy programming and doing stuff in Zig. Do. Okay. Why is there a dot tokenizer? Oh no. Okay, from schema I think we have exported all the stuff that matters. You know what? I think I wrote a better description of the first part here, but then the second half is better than what I have before. Yeah, there we go. Okay, so this is good. We have polished almost to perfection our roots. So we have this. Could this be on a single line? It's kind of long. Okay. Okay. What's our next stop? Our next stop should be um, fixing the logic bug in schema validation. Yeah, which is what got us into uh, which what got us here. And I know what the problem is. The problem is that every time we pop from a union, we need to shorten the expression. Not only sometimes. Every single time we do it. Where is the variable? I made a variable for this. A stupid variable. Or maybe it didn't. Let's take a look at what we do inside of union. Enum. Now this one is fine. Union. There we go. Union, we find identifier. Is it union field? Is there a thing like union? There's nothing like a union field, union array element. Oh my god, I haven't looked at this code in a while, and I'm gonna reduce font size a bit. And I forgot everything. Info kind. Unknown union case. Missing union value. That is perfect. Maybe child. Oh, yeah, this is the logic. This is the wrong logic. Expand only if this is the tip of the expression step. No. We always want to load this expression. Always. And in exit, here we're not shortening, but for union, Okay, let's take a look at what we're doing. If any Ziggy starts, so okay. That's what we want to do in case of union. What is it that we're switching on? Node tag. Okay, let's see if we pass our tests with this change. So far, so good. Let me double check that we do have tests being pulled in. Like if I comment this out, yeah, we're gonna lose some tests. Perfect. So these tests are running. And now if I go here, this is the buggy behavior. Zig build. No more buggy behavior. And if it's buzz, then we complain. If it's bar, it's right. Perfect. We have it. It wasn't even that bad. Language server exited. Okay, so we have a bug related to this thing. I think there's like I don't know. We'll see. So this is the one bug that I know in the LSP that makes it crash that we should fix. And then we update the website, and I think we can push. Actually, I think we fix this bug and we can push, and then we update the website second. And then the next thing we do is update the website, but we can push first. Okay, what is this problem? Is this the crash that we experience? So inside of schema AST, we pop from scene fields stack, and that fails? Okay, we need to see what's in 2176. So we are exiting. We're exiting a struct that might be a struct v fixup. And we expect to see a scene field stack that we pop. But there isn't any. And I'm guessing this has something to do with the fact that when we see a fixup struct on enter, we have a code path where we do not create one of these guys somehow. Here we do it. But in our schema, that type is not any, it is typed. So we get in here. Scopes stack append. I mean, hmm, this is fine. I guess it's in dictionary the problem. Although we always put one in there. And if there is an issue we skip, we should not cause trouble. Hmm. I am really confused. I don't know what's causing this. That is unfortunate. That is really unfortunate. And the thing is that it's in a document. Yeah, you know what really wait a second. You know what I find really weird? Yeah, wait, this makes no fucking sense. So this blows up in schema AST 2176. Are we at least validating? Oh, I changed it. Um, but are we at least inside of validate? Yeah, we are. Okay. So we're validating a document, but somehow stuff goes really out of whack. And I think it has to do with the fact that we see a. So when I save it the first time, what happens is that we see yeah, it's actually really weird because if I restart this thing, now it's fine. Oh wait, does it really crash immediately? Oh, this makes it crash immediately. Wait, what the fuck? Well, that's actually good because okay, then we can turn this into a unit test, I guess. Unit test time. This crashed at some point. Let's go. So this is the document. It's only one test case. Let's take a look at what the schema is. Okay. Okay, let's watch this test fail. Now watch it not fail. There we go. There we go. Terminated with Signal 6 with SDDR. We popped and we crashed. Attempt to use null value. Okay. So this has to do with this structure. So it has nothing to do with the weird intermediate syntax errors. Now the question is, what does it have to do with specifically? What if we comment this part out? Do we still crash? We don't. If we comment this part out and this part out, do we still crash? We do. So it has really to do with this. If we comment this out, do we crash? We do. Comment these two guys out, do we crash? We do. I think that okay, we crash even at this point. So the minimalistic repro of this is very simple. It's buzz being a dictionary of bar that just straight up crashes when validated. So we can simplify this, right? We can comment, we can not only comment, but we can literally remove this stuff. Do we still crash? We still crash. Okay. So there you go. There we have it. This is the minimized repro. Hmm. Okay, so Buzz is supposed to be a dictionary. I think I see the problem now. Maybe. Buzz is supposed to be a dictionary, and here we're making it abstract. So what happens when we do this? This is supposed to be a dictionary, and we make it abstract. Let's see what validate says about this. Okay, so we enter a node, and the node is going to be a struct node. Union dictionary. So it's a struct. And we say that the corresponding expression is not any, it's not an identifier, it's something else. Oh, it's here. There you go. This is it. This is what was missing. Yeah, and this is the error message. Expected dictionary found struct. Success. Oh, there we go. Okay, crash solved. Yeah, minimizing the thing really helped a lot. Okay, so what do we do at this point? We are kind of ready to push, and we just need to update the website, and we need to write a big comment message. think these are the main differences. I think this last sentence can be omitted. Okay, what other changes do we make to the syntax? Okay, I think these are all the changes. Well, nesting. So this one is important to point out. What else is important? Hmm, I don't know what else. What else do we point out? Well, all personalities should be present. Uh, should still be present. But some definitions have moved around. Make sure to read. And all public functions relevant to your use cases. No, it's done. What, or at least, well, technically, I should probably test it more. But the one crash that I knew about, I fixed. So I'm happy with how it is for now. I'll leave it to the users to do more testing. Is the LSP still the resilient parser code? If so, any issues with that? Been a while since I touched it. Two-step, I'm happy. Well, I don't know what your perspective on that was going to be, but I'm happy to report that it has been deleted because I gotten better at writing a normal parser that can do error recovery. And so I have one parser implementation. I don't have a LSP specific parser anymore. I just have one, and that one is flexible enough that you can use it in an editor. I did learn some things from that approach, but my conclusion for now is that for a language as simple as a data language, you probably can make do without Mathclad's approach. You can make do with you can special case this stuff a little bit more. Also, the reason why I'm happy with having them be one thing and not separate is because in any case, the AST is not something that people would use normally. Change is not stage for commit. Fuck, I need to add this one as well. So long story short, I think there's actually two things that I still need to do here in this implementation. I think one is introduce freeze in case of errors. And the second one is that I need to support skip fields. I just realized that I regressed the ability to skip fields. Yeah. But I'm very happy. So I don't know if you're curious, you can take a look afterwards. I do have a bunch of recovery strategies that are actually reminiscent of what you were doing in the resilient parser. They're just yeah, I don't know. They're similar in some ways, but the AST is structured differently. It's less elastic than the one that Matclad suggested to have. I think we're good. Okay. No. I'm inside the Ziggy 2025 branch, and it's Ziggy AST. Although, you know what? I think you can see it. I just haven't pushed in a week, but I don't think I changed anything in it. So there's a lot of changes that I haven't pushed. But this file, ast.zig, which in your case should still be under source/ziggy/ast.zig. In any case, I haven't touched it in a while, so it should be 99% what's going to be in the end. Okay, let me fix the last couple of things. So we said we need to restore ignore fields. And that's number one. And number two is we need to reintroduce freeze in case of errors. And freeze in case of errors are something that matters in deserializer. Okay. Okay, these guys are fine. Comtime int optional is also fine. Union. I guess the question is, where are we using GPA, right? That's really what we care about. Go to references. Show me where we use GPA. Okay, this is fine. There we go. GPA.create defer, well, defer d.gpa.destroy EPR. Next. Try buff append deserialize one buff array list defer. There we go. Parse unlock. String literal parse unlock. Right. Catch. This freeze. Oh, this is interesting. Now, otherwise we return. So okay, so we don't free anything in here. So that's fine. In the case of errors though, what if this does fail? If this fails, then we free unconditionally. Like we do free unconditionally, so it doesn't matter. Okay, hey Toggle. Oh, big Toggle raid. Hello everybody. So for once, you're joining at a joyous moment in this stream. Ras raid, long live Ras, huh? Still with that Dota 2 attitude. I see. So this is a joyous moment because I'm about to release all the work that I've been doing with this freaking language, and I'm delighted to finally be able to push this out. As far as I know, everything that I've seen works. I'm just doing a little bit of memory management. You guys wouldn't know what that's about. You don't have to put your freeze in the code. I do. I have to. It's kind of a pain in the ass, but it's fine. We can do it. And yeah. So here, result append slice or defer the init the result. So we have that covered here. Same thing. Okay, I think I'm done with this. And what else? Well, basically, okay, so I'm doing the last very quick cleanup of the last minor to-dos that I have. And then I'm going to push this to a bunch of unsuspecting users. and then I need to update the website. So I have a website for this language. So I'm not going to give you a pitch for it because probably a good chunk of you guys have already heard it. But even if you haven't, I'll go through it in a second because this website is slightly out of date. There are some features that I've changed slightly, some things that I have renamed. Um, so updating the website is the next thing that we're going to do. Also because the website, has documentation, and we need to make sure that our documentation is up to date. And well, it's currently not. Okay. So the last thing that I need to do before pushing is reintroduce the support for ignoring fields. So this is something that we have to do both in serializer and in deserializer. So there are the same field. Ignored fields are fields that we do not serialize nor we do deserialize. So, so in deserialize 1, I believe this is something that we have to do in struct. In struct here, whenever we find a field, then we have a field name in our hands, which is this one. We need to ignore it. I need to access the old implementation because I want to copy paste some code from it. Source, Ziggy, this used to be parser. Ziggy options. Parse. Skip fields, that's what it was called. Oh, Jesus. Okay, so, bro, shut the fuck up. So the moment we get our hands on a field name, we take a look if the type has Ziggy options and if it has Ziggy fields. And if it does have Ziggy fields, well, skip fields, sorry. If it has skip fields, we take a look at skip fields. We do string to enum of the file name, and if it is in there, we break BLK. And I bet you the BLK is not in here. Also, otherwise we return an error unknown field. Oh, this is interesting. Copy. I think we can do this differently. I think what we can do is this here. If it has Ziggy options and has skip fields, oh, this is BLK. Okay. Look at skip fields and we say if type of skip fields is different than field enum, we complain. Okay. Can we do this? Would that help? I think that does help a little bit. Okay, so here we're calling it name. So if name string to enum, actually this can be a question mark. Is this guy or question mark, because I think we know that it is present, right? Okay, we're saying if index of scalar of Zig is null, then we break BLK. Yeah, that works for me. If there is no match inside of skip fields, we break. Otherwise, there's this error stuff. That makes no sense. And you know what we do? We set it to scene is set. Scene dot, what is it called? Oh, we already do that. But what if there is a match? If there is a match, we need to do continue outer. And yeah, I want to set it to scene. I think I want it different. I think I want something like there we go. Why do I continue serializing as normal? So this is it. Or should. Do we pass tests? Okay, so we're happy. We don't get any programming error. So this is a success. Okay, we need to add this logic also in serialization, and then we're done. Okay, next is serializer. Okay, so when we are serializing a struct, we get into serialize struct, which has serialize struct inner, well, which gets us into serialize struct inner, which is where we deal with fields, field count, blah, blah, blah. Oh no, I get what the error was there. Because the error means that we found that field in the document and we should not see it in the document. Okay, I get it. That's why it was an error. So this is not this. This is an error. Yeah, this is an error. Which should be unknown field. Okay, I get it now. Okay, so this is different. If the field on a match, this is an error because you know what? Okay, don't need to explain. D dot unknown field. There we go. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, in serialization though, field count. If type info optional, blah, blah, blah. There we go. If has skip fields. Oh. If has skip fields. Okay, so we had this. We never lost it. That's good. Okay, so we should be happy. Okay. Force push. Do. Oh, CI might fail. Right, I forgot about this stuff. Okay, so look at the zone file. This file minimum Zig version is it's gonna be this one. CI YAML uses like v2, perfect. There we go. Force push. Okay, let's wait for CI to go green, and then we merge. What are they? Also need to fix some stuff in my Redis client. I'm gonna skip through JSON adherence for now. I need to do it, but there's no rush. Okay, checks have succeeded. Merge. There we go. There we go. Okay. So, what are we doing now? The website. Okay, so what is the spiel? The spiel is it's a JSON replacement language. There's more syntax. If you guys are familiar with Ron, the Rust object notation, there's less syntax than that one. Ron is very expressive, but also very tied to Rust. So it's kind of like it's basically, well, I mean, it is whatever you want to use it for, but it's kind of like a Rust serialization language, as in it very faithfully keeps track of what the original type of everything was in Rust and has all that extra syntax for that. So that way stuff can get serialized and deserialized without losing precision. Ziggy is not designed for that. Ziggy does have extra syntax, and it does make, for example, a distinction between a struct and a dictionary. But it's not meant to be specific to Zig as a serialization language. It steals syntax from Zig, but it's not meant to be maximum precision so that you can serialize and deserialize in a lossless manner Zig type. it actually is. I would hope that this serialization language gets used also across different languages. Which I guess you can probably totally do also with Ron. It's just that I'm spending my complexity budget in a different way. Okay, and the second important thing is that it has a schema language, which is less powerful than the one than freaking JSON schema, because JSON schema sucks. So let me show you a little bit what this stuff looks like right now. So for example, here I have a struct named foo, and it has a bar field, which is a slice of my union, which I've deleted. So I'm going to delete this. I have buzz, which is a dictionary of bar. A Ziggy dictionary is a JSON object. Same notation. And in fact, Ziggy is a superset of JSON. So any valid JSON document is a valid Ziggy document, with some caveats, because you see that I have a to do here for true JSON adherence. I don't implement everything yet, but the plan is to get there, and it shouldn't be hard. This has mainly to do with weird escape codes in strings. As long as you have JSON documents that don't have weird escape codes, this is going to be perfectly true for you today already. I have the concept of unions. So one thing that I hate about JSON is that there are no unions in JSON, and you have to kind of decide for your own strategy, and everybody does it bad. I especially hate whenever there's like a struct and then there's a field called type that tells you which case you are, and then the other fields change depending on that type field, which sometimes is like the last field, so you have to parse everything else first until you get to type. It's so fucking stupid. So we have special notation for this, and it looks like this. So this is the schema language. This is saying the buzz is a dictionary of bars. So if we go here, let me fix this. Okay, I was messing around with the syntax, so I quickly fixed it. Buzz, so bar doesn't exist anymore, so let's get rid of it. But buzz is has different cases, and this is the notation for those cases. If there is no payload, like the payload is basically void, it's a void type, or for you guys that would be unit, I think. Then it looks like an enum, like a Zig enum. If there is a value, oh, you guys would call this an enum. Sorry, you would call the whole thing an enum. But in Zig, an enum is just the tags, and a union is a tag plus an attached payload. And you can have a union where, well, in any case, I'll leave it as that. So you have schema validation, and if, for example, if I change this and I change it to bool, so now Quix is a Boolean. It complains because it says, wait, I was expecting a Boolean, but you gave me int. So I have this stuff going on for me, which is nice. Now if I restore this, it doesn't complain anymore. Cooks, what is cooks? Cooks is bytes, so that's why this one down below is wrong. I have the thing where you take out the trailing comma and you get horizontal alignment, put it back and you get vertical alignment. So I have all these goodies. I have like a space K to see the description. I have go to definition. I have go to definition that works on both field names and values. I think the value functionality is not perfect. So like if I do it here on bar, no, it works. That's nice. So I have also that go to definition, which is cute. Here's another thing that I have. What happens if I have a field named bar, and bar is a foo? It's an entire foo. What happens then? Well, so here's the problem with that. If you have a struct that has a field that contains itself, and there is no like slice or pointer, and there's no like indirection there, you have created a infinite type. It's a type that is impossible to instantiate because it recurses forever. So if instead it's like an optional pointer or a slice, so if this were like this, so if foo contained a slice of itself inside field bar, then it's fine because maybe you recurse a little bit, but then at some point you will have a bar that has an empty slice, and so you're happy. Same with optional, because at some point you can be null. Same with a map, but if you have a naked foo, that's an infinite loop, and the thing tells you. I don't think the JSON schema tells you. I think that what happens with JSON schema is that if you define something like this, the validation tool at some point will poop itself because it either loops too much or it complains that your document will not fulfill the schema, because it's impossible for you to fulfill a schema like this. Like you would need an infinite document. So it will complain, but it will just give you a worse user experience. So here instead we do just a little bit of static analysis to notice that this is the case. So yeah, so this is basically the gist of it. Is that dot at the top a syntax error according to Triciter? It's an error. Why does Triciter think that this is an error? Well, you know what? We're going on a tiny Triciter adventure then. What the fuck? Don't we say that a struct? Oh. Oh. Well, okay. Git switch main git pull. Triciter grammar. Well, that explains it. How do you publish this stuff? Do I have a Triciter? Yeah, okay, I have Triciter generate. Oh, I should have done this first. Okay, there we go. It doesn't complain anymore. Okay. Oh, we're still crashing this guy. That is unfortunate that we're still crashing. Oh, but maybe it's because I never Zig build. Let me Zig build. Yeah. Okay, there we go. Schema mismatch. Expected dict found struct. That is indeed correct. There we go. Okay. I also have these shortcut for switching syntax. Basically, if you give a dot to a struct, you get the option to turning dictionary syntax into struct syntax, and if you take it out, you can reverse the effect. So you can switch from one notation to the other very quickly. Okay, website. Ziggylang.io. So this is a zine website. You see, this is a zine website indeed. And I want to take a look at content, index SMD. Oh, Jesus. Tricitor is not happy with this at all. So why is it not happy? Because this syntax should be fine, both in the previous and in the current iteration. What has changed? What is it that has changed? We don't know. Well, in any case, let's get writing. Okay. Yeah, let's get updating. So how are we gonna do this? Do. Uh, I'm gonna cover some of chat. Sorry, chat. Ziggy uses a different notation for key value pairs when the keys are controlled by the application, e.g., keys must follow a schema, versus when the user is in control and thus expected to come up with key names. I should probably say what is the point of this. This helps communicate um, well, not to communicate. I would say it's like about intuition. It helps you like get better intuition for the document right away. Mm-hmm. I think this whole explanation could be made better. Search for dictionaries. Um, okay, start unions. Okay, now we need to change this stuff a little bit because we don't have this concept of ID. We can do it like this. This can become dot clear chat. Okay, package schema, message schema. Let's do message schema first. Actually, save so we can see the new syntax. So this cannot be like this anymore. This is dollar sign. I'm gonna call this ID. These guys can be nested. Let's see what this looks like. Oh, I have an old grammar that doesn't have all the nice syntax alignment. Yeah. Um, affordances clues or cues. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you. See you later, two step. Okay. Yeah, the syntax and I think being a bit out of whack is and it's unfortunate. It's not nice. It's definitely not nice. Okay, so this should be okay now. Package JSON, package Ziggy. Maybe we can avoid this. Okay, this is easy. I think that we have, oh yeah, we're missing a dot here. Yeah, this example here looks way less sexy right now than what it used to. This is definitely sexier. This was definitely sexier, but it's okay. What is it? SPD X. Actually, maybe this can leave nested. Yeah, something like this. I don't know. You know what? Let's move it outside. Missed opportunity to use the embed system. What do you mean? Oh, as in have a separate document and then we embed that document. Yeah. You know what? Actually, I think that when I originally designed this page, that did not exist. So that's why this is currently written as is. Um, yeah. I think it's I should have done that. I think that the reason is that when I started this in the past, um, I didn't have that system, so that's why it is what it is. In any case, it's fine. But definitely, eventually, we should make this better. I agree. That is a good point. I don't know. I feel like the whole thing has become less compelling. Um, I feel like this is less compelling than it was before. But still, it's more functional. It's definitely more functional. Okay, less compelling. Just looking visually at this new syntax versus the old syntax, I feel like the old syntax was cooler. But that said, the old syntax was more problematic and broken. So it's a good change. And yeah. Next thing that I'm gonna do is, well, I have a bunch of other content files. I also need to make a new update in the changelog. Yeah, but this one was true. This one was especially true. Uh, okay, let's take a look at this one. Like 11,000 lines added, 15,000 lines removed. So it's like it it's it's a lot. It really is a lot. Is that a thing? Oh no. Plain text? Oh, we can do markdown. Yeah. Or you know what? We don't do this. And we make it a quote. Yeah. Much better. Okay. Content. Documentation spec. About. Next, this is fine. Parsers. Scalars. Zig scalar values. Integer and floats. Many times can be either integer or floats. Bools. Bytes. Tagged literals. That's not a thing anymore. Document. More structs, more glory. Okay. A stupid fucking joke. Oh my god. Uh, let's ignore this fact because this is not a thing anymore. Here we can copy this. Containers. Oh, I'm definitely missing also enums, I think, in scalar values. Hmm. Also, wait a second. Where is like optionals mentioned? Are optionals mentioned in here? Oh, it doesn't matter. Yeah, okay. Documentation front matter. Oh. Oh, this part is not true anymore. I don't have support for SuperMD, but I should add it back. Honestly, there is no downside to doing that. Although I should make a dedicated one. Yeah, there really is no downside in doing that. Mm-hmm. Let's do built-in types first. I'd say SuperMD should handle the Ziggy integration since it should know when to handle JS and other stuff too. Well, the problem is that there is no SuperMD language server right now. I've never implemented any of it. So I agree with your point. The reason why I had the Ziggy LSP also work on SuperMD files is so that I could have something working that could help. Like, a tool that you could use already, because for SuperMD, I have literally nothing. I'm using the CMark Markdown parser, and then I have some stuff written on top of it, but I don't have my own parser. So yeah, SuperMD is right now in the worst shape with regards to tooling. Oh, this rule that you cannot nest optionals directly, that I have not re-implemented, but I think I should keep it maybe. Like, what the fuck is a double optional? I should reintroduce this as a restriction. Is there like a command for knowing the now daytime? Date plus percentage? Thank you. I didn't know. I ended up doing this. Also, you cannot put comments like this in a Ziggy schema. Yeah, a tagged union can to do. Hey Christopher, how are you doing? I'm good, thank you. I'm in the process of releasing a new version of Ziggy with a bunch of changes, so I'm happy about that. Can you explain to a dummy person why the advantages of async and use cases? The main advantage of async is that you know what? I actually just realized that usually I give people an incomplete description. There are two advantages to async IO in general. One is universal. This is the same thing that every programming language strives to achieve by having async IO, and that is having your computer do more stuff while it waits for a network, data from the network or data from a hard drive. So every time there's to wait for something, async is a set of language features that allows you, and other things that allows you to simply have your program do other stuff while it waits for data to come. And you sometimes want to do that. For example, look at this Bork. Bork is an application that keeps waiting for data to come from the network whenever you guys send a chat message, but you don't send chat messages all the time. And in the meantime, it might want to do other stuff, like being able to respond to my input command and like scrolling right now. And in a sense, it's also like vice versa. Basically, async is a way to make it easier to express when a program is waiting not only on one thing, but maybe on multiple things and wants to be able to switch from working on one thing to the other while the other things that it is waiting for are not ready yet. So that's the general idea. Can you do that without async? Sure. But if you do it without async, then you tend to be restricted. It tends to be more cumbersome to do that. And you tend to be restricted with some approaches that are sometimes suboptimal. For example, you can do multi-threading, and pure multi-threading works. It's a way of allowing your process to do multiple things at once. But that by itself is not perfect. There's also other things that are definitely more easily accessible if you have async. For example, IO-ring. That said, there's also an answer that is specific to Zig. Why is async good in Zig? In Zig, async also has another property that is unique to it. You don't get this in other programming languages. Async in Zig allows you to express when things can be done at the same time, if there's a chance to do that. But it also distinguishes between being able to do things at the same time is a hard requirement versus just a nice thing to have. Case in point, if you have a Python program that has async in it, that uses async, you cannot run that stuff in blocking IO mode on a single thread. It will deadlock, potentially. A Zig application that has async in it, like a Zig library, for example, can be used in a single-threaded blocking IO application because we make a distinction between async and concurrent, though we have two functions for these things, to, as I said, differentiate between when doing things at the same time is a nice thing to have but not required for preventing deadlocks, versus when it is a hard requirement because otherwise you do get a deadlock. Okay, I think we're done also with this page. Struct unions. I think we should rename this. Tagged unions, understanding tagged unions. Oh shit. We died with an integer overflow. That is surprising. Holy shit. We reliably died with an integer overflow. Oh, that is not good. But yeah, bug found. I know that in one of the layouts, I have a sidebar where some of these things are named manually. Yeah, like this. This is just unions. Zini is still very unhappy with us. Holy shit. Jesus. Also, it's a debug build where none of the debug info works. That's also nice. Oh, man. Uh, so is it a change that I made in here because it's an integer overflow? The fuck? That is insane. Okay, let's go. I'm gonna try to Zig build again. Hopefully, this is a version of Zig that has that debug info problem fixed. Worst case, we pop into a debugger and we try to see what that problem is. Okay, so the problem is still there. Okay. Okay, what is the problem? POSIX abort, default panic, full panic. Jesus. Okay, so we do not have debug info working. Holy shit. So we know we are somewhere in run and we're panicking. We are somewhere in run and we are panicking. Jesus. Okay. It's probably this. Yeah. There you go. That's causing an integer overflow, giving it a trying to link to a page that doesn't exist. Well, we found the problem. Missing page asset. Oh. Oh, you know what? Maybe that explains. Don't tell me there's a director for it. Yeah. Move. And now it's gonna be happy. Okay. Well, this is good. So I need to eat something. I need to figure out what to do about food. I'm not gonna stop the stream. I'm just gonna, I don't know, quickly chomp on something and then come back. Um, so I don't know. Give me 15 minutes and then I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so discount down has been gone probably for a bit now. Okay, we're about to resume. I'm just gonna go get some water. I thought I had some, but I don't. And yeah, I think we're getting there. I think we pretty much looked at every single page at this point. No, we're missing using Ziggy from Zig. Okay, I'll be right back. Okay. Did Borg poop itself? What the heck is going on? Blurry cat. Watch streak reached. Uh, like 5 stream streak. Nice. No, Bork does not support those because those did not exist when I was working on Bork originally. But it's certainly something that support for can be added because I'm guessing it's just like a normal notification that um, I just need to, learn how to parse and then decide how to display. Uh, we do have a to do for Borg coming up, so sooner than later. So I need to unfuck this also. This is now fucky. I'm gonna leave it as is. Editors, new Vim, editors, VS Code, that is fine. Parser example, access. So we're looking at here. There's also getting started. You know what? Let's start with getting started. Let's see. To execute your project, do zig fetch. Setting up bit zig. Okay. Parser example. What do we have here? So front matter is what I had before, right? I guess we can leave it as front matter for now. Okay. This is fine. Serialization example, metaprogramming. Okay, so explain how Ziggy options can be used to change here are the parser to do. Talk about Ziggy schemas. Yeah. So these were left as to dos. And okay, it's time to make all this stuff better. Hey, Calder. That counts as metaprogramming? Yeah, probably does. So let's see. Access Ziggy module simply add top level import. What's your problem? This page has no subpages. Yeah, you're right. Okay. But delightful. Okay. Then we can do, so this is done, this is done, this is done. We need serialization, and then we take a look at metaprogramming. Okay. So I think with this, we have updated everything on the official website. The problem is that we don't have the new grammars loaded in Zine. So Zine is showing shitty syntax highlighting for everything. So to fix this, we would need to have Zine. So I need to ping Neurosite so that he can update his package that distributes three-seater grammars. Then I would need to pull that into Zine, Yeah, I guess this could be done even if we don't update Zine itself. Like if you don't, even if you don't update Ziggy into Zine itself, but we will need to make a new release of Zine with the new Ziggy grammar at the very least for this to get fixed. Could be worse. Could be a worse situation. Okay. So with this, we have updated the website. Oh, joyous day. Oh, joyous day. When making changes, you could as well bump the ABI to 15. This requires migrating the file from package.json to a 3-seater.json. Otherwise, 3-seater generate will default to ABI 14. And while you're the latest 3-seater, the latest 3-seater CLI can also generate Zig bindings for the parsers, which may be relevant for you. Okay. How does that work? I don't know. So let's go to Ziggy. 3-seater Ziggy. I don't know. Do we YOLO based on this suggestion? Migrating the config file. Well, but how can, is there like, what's a good upgrade path? Fuck, I guess I can't just rename this thing. Oh, hello. Be Holmes Dev. Thank you. Thank you for the raid. Hello, everybody. So, welcome. You have been thrown into a stream where we are doing some it's a language parser madness. That's what's going on around here. So I'm working on a data language called Ziggy. It's an alternative to JSON, and I just made a new release of it and changed some of the syntax, rewrote a bunch of stuff, just pushed a new version of the website that reflects the changes in syntax. The new changes in syntax are not properly syntax highlighted because the tool that I use for syntax highlight still has the old grammars. So we're kind of, well, we're trying to make progress on this stuff, basically. That's what we're doing. And now somebody told me that I should update my 3-seater stuff, and I don't know how to do that. 3-seater help. Just 3-seater. Init config. Remove your existing config file first. Never mind, that's a different thing. Generate a parser. Parse files. Test queer highlight tags. Build wasm playground. Dump languages. Where is this guy coming from? From Brew. Upgrade 3-seater. Give him the latest and greatest 3-seater. Oh, Jesus Christ. You have 185 outdated formulae. Oh no, bro. Oh, okay, I expected worse. It's also it updated NeoVim. Oh, okay. Um I fucking knew it. I don't have to sit there anymore. What, bro? What the uh, uh, the fuck? So I had to sit there and I lost it. Where was it before? It was in Homebrew Bean Tree Sitter. Hmm. How am I supposed to get Tree Sitter then? Do they have information here? God damn it. You know what? I'm actually not sure if I can even update the ABI. No, but I think I should be able to. Or maybe I should ask Neurosite for certainty, but oh wait, the CLI is used to generate blah blah blah. This version of Rust is available on Crystal npm as a pre-built binary on GitHub. So maybe it's just that the brew people fucked that up. Like how is it not available anymore? That makes no sense. Brew info 3-seater. Hmm. Oh, there we go. God damn it. Okay, we're back in business. There's init now, which we did not have before. Hmm. 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 Okay. Okay. We have some problems with this grammar. Let's see what Helix has to say about this stuff. Could not parse queries for language Ziggy. Let's see. Incompatible language version 15. Expected minimum 13, maximum 14. Well, there you fucking have it. ABI 15 is ABI 15 seems to be out of work, not working with Helix. Okay, so never mind. We don't do this. There we go. Oh shit. I can do this, but I cannot do this. 3-seater. 3 fucking seater, man. 3 fucking sit there. Hmm. It's a token immediate, I think. Let's go check the documentation. npm install obviously taking for fucking ever. Plus errors, delightful. I think this is still gonna be fine. Yeah. Okay, so this is immediate. Expect an argument from 2. No, you're right. I think it's like this. Oh, now we can do it. Yeah. Okay. So I think we're good for now with Receiver and company. We have updated the website. I should ping Neurosite to see if he wants to update the Ziggy grammar. Okay. So we have updated the website. We have published new Ziggy. So I think that it should be like this now. Update the website. This should be update Zine to use new grammar, and then update Zine to use new Ziggy. And then through JSON adherence, but this goes probably down here. I think the next top priority should be now taking a look at the Redis client and fixing the bug that was reported. So let me drink some tea. Okay. Let's close some stuff. This source. Oh, this is the Z async stuff. I'm gonna leave it open for a while. I think that is fine. Leave super HTML there for a second. Zig, okay, Redis. Okay. So this should be an easy repro actually, because I told the person to help me out, but actually I realized that that's not necessary. Okay. How do we do this? And you know what? Oh, this is Redis client single threaded mode. That's another thing that we need to do. Yeah. Okay, let's run Redis server. Zig run async.zig. Oh. Zig master, I guess. Perfect. Okay, so we have everything working. Now, the question is, what if I do this with F single threaded, reach and reachable code? Right, this has to do with my choice of allocator, which is this. What are such as like if? They this is very interesting. Single threaded produces different random numbers. The fuck? Why is our PRNG behaving differently in single versus multi-threaded mode? What? The heck? This is truly surprising, but I don't know. Okay, fine. In any case, client. Okay, so what is it that we care about? More than anything else, so this mutex stuff, state is state, blah blah blah. Okay, where are we getting here? This is IO mutex. Try lock. Okay, this lock is not doing the degradation when it's single threaded, but it should. The problem is these guys. Actually, this guy more specifically. And I guess we cannot give it a default value. I mean, we can give it the default value. It's just a pain in the ass. While it's nicer to do that maybe elsewhere, it actually doesn't matter. Does it make sense to write an actor model library in Zig before full async IO? I mean, maybe it would have made sense in the past, But now that async IO is like on the way, you might want to adapt to whatever design you decide to come up with to the new API. So I would wait a little bit more, or you know what? Maybe you can even start messing around with this stuff in the current state. Not everything is like 100% in working condition on master branch related to async IO, but a lot of it is, and so maybe that's enough for you to start designing this stuff. Um, there's an actor model library that a neurosite wrote. I forget the name, but it powers Flow, the Flow text editor he's writing. So I don't know. Maybe, I mean, if you want to write your own, obviously write your own. But if your point is just you would like to use one in Zig, maybe that one could be interesting. RNG should never be the same. The time of creation for more than 2 threads, since you can have timing attacks. Yeah, but that's just a benchmark. That's just a benchmark, and it surprises me. Also, in the multi-threaded version of that benchmark, I'm still using the RNG only from the main thread with the same seed. So it actually surprises me a lot that the numbers different. Although, you know what? Maybe it's not that the numbers differ. Maybe the numbers do not differ. Maybe it's just the order that differs. Oh yeah, you know what? It's just the order that differs. Here 11 is 8727. Here 11 is 8727. Never mind. The numbers are the same. It's just that the order is different. And I was used to the other order. And that also makes sense because in the multi-threaded version, they all race against one another. And obviously the one with the significantly smaller number is the one that's going to win, even though it's going to start last. While in this case, well, I mean, there's just no chance. Everything is going down linearly. Okay. Let me simplify a bit of this code for single-threaded mode. So let's assume that this stuff, lock and unlock, will become knobs on their own when the time comes. Pending. Pending. Is a pointer to a zero size element also zero size? I don't remember that stuff. I guess I could test it myself. It is non-zero. Interesting. Okay, so we do need to turn that into a void. As for this guy, if built-in and single-threaded, the single-threaded pending becomes an empty struct. If client pending tail, blah, blah, blah. This is all if not. Okay, so we don't do this. It's single threaded. And adding all these layers together is making this code a little bit kind of a clusterfuck, more than it should be, in my opinion. But such is life. So I think this whole RDFR is just if not built-in dot single threaded. Although, you know what? It's now that I think about it, single threaded is not really. You know what? I take this back. It's not single threaded that I want to check for. It's a different thing. Oh no! You know what? I'm not gonna do this now because this can very well be single threaded but still be evented. In which case, we need all this stuff. Yeah. Now we're gonna need something else. We're gonna need to observe something else to know when to turn off these things. And we don't have it. And it's something that fuck. Actually, how does this work? Because you can mix blocking and non-blocking. Oh, you know what? This is gonna be interesting. I'm gonna need to talk to Andrew about this stuff because I really don't know how that should look like. Although to be fair, it's not a lot of work extra that we're doing, so that's fine. Okay, let's fix the bug that we were told about. So github.com, Christoph IT, Zig okay, Redis. So apparently receiving arrays breaks this thing. So we can simulate that with an hget or oh, this is hvals. Okay, so we can simulate that with an hvals. So let's do it. So we can copy async in repro.zig. Repro.zig. Thread.io, that's fine. Reader writer. We don't do any of this down here. We don't do any random, any group IO, and nothing of the sort, but we do some stuff. So we do we'll try client dot send void command is going to be hset. I think it's hset key and then f1 v1 f2 v2. I think that's how it works. Let's just run it this way. Got error reply. So I got wrong. I was wrong. Oh, because it's HM set. It's H multiset, right? God damn it. Oh, wrong type. Operation against the key holding the wrong kind of value. Okay, that's why I got an error. Right. Try client dot send void just to make sure. Del key. There we go. Okay, now we can set the key. And the next is well, same as the repro, right? We basically want this. Client send alloc GPA hvals key catch error. Or you know what? Let's do it here. No, I think I prefer the one outside, maybe. It's debatable, but that is not what we want. What we want is this. Oh. Well, actually, wait. This is okay. This is just silly. This is because you don't do quantities. You need to do free on each entry in there before you do that. Okay, so this is not a problem. Okay, this is dumb. But this is what we need to fix. So it's the dynamic reply case. Okay. Oh, free reply. Yeah, this does not cause an issue for me. Invalid free. I think I would see if it is an invalid free. Maybe GPA would catch this. Yeah. Okay. GPA catches this. Okay, cool. We got a bug. Okay. Let's get some lights going. So, yeah, we need to fix this problem. That's for sure. Bucket canary, config canary. This is in some Redis parser destroy. Reply, blah, blah, blah. This whole thing is busted. Oh man, such bad ideas. I'll be right back. Yeah, I'm back. So, so we have an invalid free, huh? An invalid free is in self free.string. That is interesting. Okay, so we're going on an adventure on how this thing how this string parses and how this string deserializes. Destroy. Okay, free reply. Mm, wow. Catch return E. What is going on here? This client is a mystery. So parse outlook, huh? Okay, let's see. So this depends on what we find, and we found a string, and so we did parse unlock from tag item tag. We call parse unlock from tag. Math leave exact, and then discard all two, and then return bytes. Okay. So we return bytes. And so data becomes type string. But then we pass to free a reply. We pass a string, right? Verbatim. What is verbatim? So it's a struct. We see if it has its own destroy thing. Otherwise, we call free reply on any of its fields. This whole free reply idea, as I designed it, is stupid. Holy shit. Ah, man. Enum. Oh, I think we have it. So if it's a slice, we try to free any of its children if they are eligible, and then otherwise we call allocator free on value. Oh my god. Oh my god. There's a length mismatch here, and that has to do with parsing slices of things that are not strings. Okay, so this is part of this guy. Parse unlock string parse unlock from tag verbatim. Verbatim does have a parse unlock for itself. Parcel from tag U8. Hmm. I think I might be onto something. I think I might be onto something, and that has to do with simple slice, simple string in parser. String simple. Nah, we are doing two own slice. What the heck? Somehow we never reached there. That truly surprises me. Somehow we never reach here. Somehow we never reach here. That is surprising. Because we do. Well, do we reach here at least? Well, my guess is that we don't. We're everything tag $sign. So this is it. we do parse stuff. So this works. So this works. Wait a second. Parse impl. First, we get out of the way the basic case where the return type is void. Then we look at the type info of t. It's not optional. It's not a pointer. Main case, no optionals, no single item, and no size pointers. We continue. So verbatim is a parser type. We delegate so far so good. Oh, you know what? This is wrong. This is an array of two pointers to dynamic reply. What? Oh God. Don't have these values. Wait, can we even at this point repro? Can we even print them from here? Oh, could it be that it's attributes? But why? Wait a second. I think it is attributes. But also, why in the flying fuck is this dynamic reply a pointer? It's a pointer also here. Why? But it shouldn't be a problem, right? Because these are behind a slice. The fact that these are behind a slice should make it a non-problem. Okay, before I fix this, check this out though. I bet you that that fixes the problem. Or it does not. No, we still have an invalid free. We still have an invalid free trying to free this shit. But I bet you that these are the attributes. Also, this is trying to free an array? No, this is the element type. This is the length. I think this is the problem. The problem is that we're trying to do a free of length is 0 and we don't even realize that. So maybe this is not important. Maybe in, I don't even know, where's free reply anymore? We still have the invalid free. Wait, so I had a print in here and I thought that this was the invalid free, but it's actually not. So this happens, so this free happens, I guess, somewhat successfully, and then something else poops itself. Okay. Okay, I got it wrong. It's verbatim 34 that fails to free its own string. But ow. This whole free reply idea is dumb though. I should never have done that. Dynamic reply should have its own D init, and that's it. That's all you get. Pull them. Huh. So pulling this stuff, um, pooling is a thing that makes more sense in higher level programming languages because you can. Let me put it this way: it would make maybe it would make some sense to pool, for example, dynamic reply um, objects in because they all are the same. They will contain different data depending on which is the active case, but they are like the same size allocation. They can be reused multiple times and repurposed. But that is something that a user of this library would do. It's not something that I would do directly in this library. In lower level programming languages, pooling a type, like having a pool of instantiations, it tends to not be that good because you can do better, generally speaking. So I'm feeling all the pain of, all the things that I didn't know at the time when I wrote this stuff. So the question is, how the fuck do we end up with destroy of this guy being called when it itself, it seems, has already been freed to the point where self is garbage? I guess we can put a breakpoint in here. You know what? That's how we do it. Put a breakpoint. That's us hitting a breakpoint, and that's us. Okay. Never mind. Build exe. So build exe without LDB. And then LDB repro. There we go. So look at the backtrace. So we call free reply, which calls destroy inside dynamic reply, which loops into the destroying dynamic reply, which goes back to free reply, which calls this guy. Okay, let's go to 5. Down. We see that it is a struct. We see that it is a parser type. We call into its own destructor. Down. We see that we are in the least case. We see that we are in the least case. Is this correct? This is correct because the dynamic reply is a list of strings. So for each one, so we want to call destroy on each one of these guys. Down. Then we get that each one of them is a string. The first one is a string. Down. We notice that one is also parser type, so we go down into it. Print self. Okay, so far so good. Then That three fails? This really weirds me out. This really, really, really weirds me out because we have two strings. I think I need to write down their pointers and see what happens at that point. Oh, wait a second. That is actually interesting. Wait, we never got here. Wait a second. I think this is it. I think this is the. I think we're getting to the point. Okay, we need to look at verbatim. What does verbatim do with strings? Bro, it oh my god, Jesus Christ. It calls into the root parser plus alloc from string in a string case, which is, and it's gonna be the dollar sign case. So parser, it's the dollar sign case. What do we do in the dollar sign case? First we look at the type. Um, parse impl. Wait, isn't there like some parse alloc impl something? No, this decides that. Okay, so slices are okay, we continue. Okay. If supported blob string parser. Is this fucking aligned alloc? Bytes is mem, slice as bytes. What the fuck am I doing here? What? What? What was I doing here? What the fuck is going on? Also, this was touched recently in APR, and I think that maybe broke it. But even then, aligned unlock. Of T. This of T is suspicious. Yeah, no. The pointer has alignment. Yeah, that's fine. Also, what is going on here? Well, what was I attempting to do? Oh, no. Yeah, so this is the problem. The problem is that we're making a slice of type child. Okay, let's look at our specific case. Our child is a simple freaking byte. It's a single byte. std debug.print. Excited that consuate found apply dynamic reply. What have I done? Where? In IO writer. Oh, it's here. That's what's happening. We end up trying to read. Res is a slice of dynamic replies. Huh? How is this even possible? You must be joking. You must be joking. Sorry, compile log T. What? Okay, type equals U8, type equals slice U8. Then what was the problem? Expected constituate found slice of dynamic reply. So red is a slice of dynamic reply at some point? So like what? I am so confused. Too few arguments. True. Type is a slice of U8. Element size. Size of pointer child. Aligned unlock. N is the number. Element size. So this should be 2. But why is it that if I try to print S, if I try to print a string, I get that it receives a dynamic reply at some point? What is going on here? Pointer type child U size cannot cast into pointer child U8. There's a pointer to U size that gets in here apparently. But we can do bytes. Okay. Okay, so with this we return a string, and verbatim here obtains a string. We actually have already seen that this does obtain a string. Oh, I think I know maybe what it is. Hmm. Okay, I'm getting really confused. No, I don't know. I don't know anything. What the heck is going on? Actually, I don't even remember what it is that. What is the free that makes us poop ourselves? Oh, it is. It is this one. Ooh, I feel like I'm going insane. I really feel like I'm going insane. Ooh. Mm. This sucks. This really sucks. So I think we should. Well, first of all, we need to remove the breakpoint. So we know that this guy is what fails, but the problem is that we're calling. I think. I don't know. We're calling for only 20 times or something like that. SD debug the print thing. Let's see this being printed. Wait, what? So this is. They show me the length. I think this has to do with the length. Okay, at this point, this has really. Yeah, this must have to do with the length somehow. I don't get it. Okay, this makes no sense. We are uh, we are freeing the right pointer at the right length. Why would that constitute an invalid free? Why would that constitute an invalid free? I guess the only solution is that we freed that value somehow somewhere else first, and now we're freeing it again. I should remove some of the other printing. Although, well, no. So this other free is not freeing our guys. This other free is freeing stuff length 0. This is really funny. Um, what else could we be doing? Yeah, it hours. It happens. This is a test. I think this is a bug in the allocator. Or me trying to do illegal shit. You're doing the Redis client now? Yes, I'm working on the Redis client. Somebody reported a bug, and I tried to investigate what it was. But also, there's so much stuff. This Redis client is very old, and I learned so many things since then. And I had so many shitty ideas on things that I thought I could pull off, but that are just bad ideas. And I think I'm paying the consequences for some of that. So you know what? Let's revisit this into something better, something more like this. We want to parse a pointer. Well, first question is then, what is the size? Switch on ptr size. Also, ptr we are naming info. I need to fix my syntax first. Okay. There you go. Okay, first question, what is the size? 1 C multi and then slice. Slice probably should go below that one. We assume that we're gonna take this into slice and then move it around as needed. Okay, we parsing a pointer. So it's a pointer to 1. Okay. Pointer to 1. Okay, we have knowledge that Redis, let's see, is the pointer initialized, the pointer's value is allocated non-static, the pointer is not double freed. All the first questions except the last one, I can say with full confidence that they're all okay. The last one, I didn't know for sure, although it does tell you double free when it's a double free. It doesn't tell you invalid free, I think. No, I put a print in front of every free thing, and that was not the case. So I don't know. And not only that, but even well, I was about to say that the data was still valid, but well, that's maybe the data is valid, but it's still just because it wasn't overwritten. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So here's what we do. Okay, one element. We know that it is a string, so let's implement here the case where it's one element and we expect it to be from a string. So what do we do with this? With this, I think we do want to do some of this fucked up logic here. Something like this. Let's see. We calculate how big the element is supposed to be. Also, this is a var. Why is this a var? Element size. No, what am I doing? It's a 1. This is complicated. So what would we do in the one case? Because the assumption is, let's say that it is a struct, right? And we serialized a struct into a Redis string, and now we're taking it back out. But like, what is the logic? This is just a bad idea. You know what? Let's just say panic unsupported, maybe. Let's ignore it for now. Yeah, unsupported. Okay, let's do slice. If it's a slice, I guess the next thing to do is switch is on the child. Switch on info.child. And then if it's a U8, we do one thing, which is what we were doing here basically. What do you not like about this stuff? Oh. Okay. U8. And then there's like an else if it's anything other than U8. Else panic unsupported. Okay. Then U8. Let's do it well. Grab digits. Size C is not going to be size C. What is this thing? Plus size of info.child. I don't know. Okay, then we want a. I guess we can do an aligned outlook. But I mean, it doesn't matter because this could be still aligned. I guess. Okay, we make an aligned unlock and and then we read into it, right? Field buffer with the next buffer line bytes from the string, advancing the seek position when it is previously returned radius from peak. Cannot be filled completely. End of string is returned. Okay, so we file res. Then we're ignoring any request of a sentinel. That sucks, but okay. And then we return it. Return res. Okay, what do we do up here? Yeah, you know what? I just don't know what it is that we do. For now, we panic. Many. Dynamic reply error. Yes, because we forgot to consume the last two things. And now we're back with the invalid free. This is blowing my mind. none of what we did up until now changes anything. Okay, except, you know what? Let's not do aligned unlock. Let's just do allocator.unlock. And that works. Okay, it's this fucking aligned unlock stuff that breaks it. I think it's because the alignment stuff is wrong. So that code was kind of garbo when I got into it already. There was a recent PR that modified this stuff and that I trusted that, and of course, you know, never trust this stuff. Oh, wait, that got merged into a fucking branch. So the PR was actually probably fine. Yeah, it's actually where I was touching. Okay, let's copy this. So I'm tempted to leave it as is and like regress the other like super turbo weirdo cases. But you know what? Fine. Let's return to what we had before. And let's see if we can fix this. Answer it's no. We are not fixing it. It's still invalid. Oh no. And now I can't return to where I was. Oh shit. But you know what? We can make this not a line. But also of t should work. Shouldn't it? A line of t. Oh, you know what? This is actually ptr.alignment. I think that's what it is. From byte units. Yeah. This was actually a solution. None of the other ones was correct. Okay. That was it. You know what? I'm gonna leave this mess as it was. And one day we're gonna come back and fix it. I have some prints to remove. No, the thing is the same, or it should be the same. But the problem is that it was actually not the alignment of the full slice that we cared about. We cared about we cared about properties of the, not of the slice itself. I think the slice itself has alignment 8 because it contains a pointer in a usize. But we cared about the alignment of the data pointed to by the pointer. And that is pointer, it was like pointer info that gave you that information. So it's like, it was like a matter of figuring out exactly what it is that you were looking for and not getting confused by the alignment of what it is that you were looking for. Let's just do closes. This guy's PR, this guy's issue, and then we're happy. 20. There we go. Closed. Okay. So Redis client stuff, we're good. Okay, so I think this might be the end of the stream, honestly. We did everything that we wanted to do today. I think it's time now for people to try out Ziggy a little bit and tell me errors that they encounter. They will, I mean, for sure. It's pretty much guaranteed, but yep. Yeah, just a quick 8 hours, 40 minutes. What can I say? I put in a full day of work, as they say. So, yep. We have to do these things for Ziggy. I'm actually kind of excited to get Ziggy to a decent state, push it. It's not complete. There's obviously more stuff they want to do to Ziggy, but as it is now, it's in pretty decent shape. And so now get it to working condition and then switch to something else. I really think that the next thing on the slab should be Zine. Maybe there's a little bit more work that we can do to Ziggy, but the next big thing is going to be Zine. We need to update Zine to new Ziggy at the very least. We might as well also update to new Super HTML, but there's nothing there for really us to gain because we didn't improve the templating part of Super HTML whatsoever. So updating Ziggy, I would say, is much higher priority for making Zine better. And then we can circle back to something else. Yeah. So yeah, you know what? Yeah, that might be true. Maybe this is finally really truly Borg time. It's Borg time. It's Borking time. Oh man. Okay, so well, thank you all for hanging out. Let me see if anybody else is streaming Zig on Twitch. Nobody else. There's Giacomo working on Gleam. So what do people here think of Gleam? Do you guys like it? You know what? Since we had a bunch of people that rated from Togglebeat who probably do like Gleam. Uh, let's rate Giacomo. Well, thank you all and have a good day.